Yeah, there were some issues with mic. Yeah, now it will work again. Just wait a minute. So now it should be okay. So again, I didn't realize that. Welcome to my channel, dear fellow citizens of Soviet Republic. My name is Forzion. Here I am again with another stream from my Soviet Republic, which is called Hurmania, which is in development for over half a year, and we have almost everything. We just need planes, and then when the update comes out, we will need helicopters too, and we will start to transform our republic into a different, more efficient one, which means we will start to tear down structures and replace them by more efficient ones in future. But now we are going to focus on this facility here, which is near the new huge coal power plant which we built in past episodes. We need a town which will support that. We then need the supply hub here, which is not sufficient for everything, but it will help at least a bit to achieve what we want. So sometimes these issues happen. I don't know what's causing them, that my mic becomes bugged. I was streaming today, there was no issue, I guess, because I was chatting with my friends using TeamSpeak. But now we are here. So we will need to make a better, bigger distribution hub in the future. But we are not there yet. Where it will be, that's a question of which will be answered in future. Now we are here, we have this river. Yeah, I have a dockyard already, and it is here in this area on default map, if you want to see. So it is in this area where we are building harbors in future, because that is another thing we are missing. All kinds of harbors which will be built soon. I mean soon, it's matter of weeks, maybe months, because it takes a while to build them. So here we have one dockyard, and we already have one ship which will go for exports, because how else can we deal with that? How can we sell that ship? So how can a ship be sold? How can I deliver that to custom house? So tell me, how can we sell the ship? I don't know yet. Good morning. Somebody seems to be from America, if he has morning now. Because here we already have evening in Central Europe. But it should work. It was just a bug there, and that bug was fixed. It was with the map. So we will see if we can. Just I don't know how can we sell a ship. We may ask somebody who knows. Don't need to change this, so Yeah, it should work, because I know there were issues with that. And it is possible to go to Western, but you need to set waypoints all over the place. So this should be workable here, but we need to test that. Because I know there were issues and they were addressed in the past. The question is if it will work. We just cannot test that now because we don't have any harbor for exporting. So we have another winter ending, and we will then focus on these oil pumps here. But first we need to build these railroads. We also need to build this switch here and slowly build this town. So I was checking today what kind of mods are there for us to test in the game, and I downloaded few of them which we may use in the future. Let's go there, and let's go there, which we may use in future, and we will use them for sure. And we start right today. So in this city I build a technical university, but it would be nice to replace that with a different one, because we already have that university. And the university, where is the university? Here it is. So we may use this one, for example. It may be able to fit here without issues if we tear down this, and we will have extra space then. That was an expensive destruction. You can be horrified by that. So we are going to build this. Or we may build a Ministry of Finance. That does not fit here. So we will go with technology, University of Technology. Here, place it to this spot. Somehow, or maybe we can even rotate that into that direction, and we will have a huge building right in the close vicinity to these, even though that is not very good placement. So we need to rotate that no matter what. We just cannot connect that easily. And we don't need trolley roads here. We are fine with normal ones. Yeah. And that way we got some space for ourselves. We also may use some pathways in this area. That. And also that. So some pathways will be useful. We can live temporarily without at university. The benefits in long term will be great. We will have a unique building, unique structure. I don't even know how much does can provide. It is number of workers maximum 50. It seems quite cheap. Yeah. Haha, how far you can go. It depends on what limitations you have, because if you need to construct everything using construction offices, you cannot go anywhere far in that regard. It's quite limiting. So this is quite extensive game, and quite with huge time scale. Yeah, not going bankrupt. Because one accident can ruin you, and as I mentioned, it is especially true when you consider what rules you set for yourselves. So that may greatly limit your ability to grow your republic, because for example, if you cannot auto purchase anything, just bring it using distribution offices or normal lines, you will be quite limited. So you need to take to consideration the set of rules and the start cache and everything else. So we will build that university here. I don't know how we will place those pathways. We may have a park here, and of course we may have a few residential buildings here too. And here we have too many cars causing destruction. Well, that seems that parking lot will be removed. Because too many of them are going there and they are blocking the whole traffic here. Yeah, we need to start working on that then. So we will need a new parking lot somewhere here. And somehow we need to get those cars out of that. That is another tricky thing to do. Can we connect? No, I don't think so. We are too close. So how can we deal with this? Parking lots. We may use this, but that doesn't make us too much help. We may use this underground garage mod. It has so how can we get hello? How can we get more of them? We can use these parking lots here too. Okay, what else? How else can we deal with that? We'll need to get rid of that parking lot there somehow. No, that is not best. So we will need to get rid of that parking lot somehow. How can we do that if there are always cars coming? Oh, thank you for support. That might be good. That connects to that. That connects to that. Maybe we will be able to connect that. All of them. And we will have some space here for something else maybe then. Maybe we can fit a harbor there. And I really don't think that may be easy, because it requires a lot of space. Just not that easy. So no harbor there. Hmm. So we need to somehow get rid of that parking lot here. Because it's nothing but optimal. Well, everything but optimal. But we can deal with this if we place all vehicles home, send all vehicles home, and we cannot remove that because there are vehicles going around. Again, there are two, and even more. Well, that is not immediate plan. Because currently we have so much power available with the last coal power plant being built that we don't need to build more. Come on, can I destroy that piece of road today? Like, go away. Like I sent 10 of them and 2 more, and again more drives. Ay. Go home, all of you. How can you arrive that fast? And I cannot remove that road because still I escape all the windows, 10 more cars arrive. We are going to build an airport. With all the production connected to that. Well, we need to wait until we will have more parking lots, because now all cars want to go there. There are already 16 of them heading into that parking lot. So we need to focus on this now. Later when we will have those parking lots we can rebuild that, so that is the beginning how it looks like when you need to rework something which is already in place. I want all vehicles to leave. Well, that needs to be... You know, if there are parallel roads... Come on, now we can remove that piece of road. Leave. Why I can't do that? Oh, that just cannot be solved that easily. We did not thought that through. So let's continue the expansion elsewhere. Then if we cannot do that there. Yeah, if I would know for the... Because I'm not the developer. I just get the news slightly sooner than you get, because I write about them. It's just simple. You have a bicycle and people can ride a bicycle. Probably it will be shared by people, or somebody may own that. I don't know. There may be maybe a bicycle stand you can place somewhere near your residentials, and people will automatically use those bicycles which will be there. It's not so difficult to imagine that, because most of mechanics are how to say it, related to previous mechanics. So usually if there is a similar mechanic, the new mechanic will work in similar way. So here we need somehow to solve that problem with that parking lot, because that was really a bad design of me. You can have a parking lot there, but not on that direction. Because this just does not work. All of them want to get into that one. There are too many cars coming, and all of them need to get through this area. That's the other issue. That is just main problem, that road, that all the vehicles need to pass there and nobody wants to go that direction. Except few of them. Another thing, maybe we can put another parking lot here. Just to give them more room. Maybe we can have an underground parking garage here too, if we will be able to fit it there. Let me see how we are with terrain. We can have a parking lot there, for example, without issues. That one, but I don't like the entrance from that direction. So that is my main concern. I don't want them to enter from that direction. But if we could fit it somehow there. Let's try to do something about that terrain. If we can, and sure we can. I saw it already there. So we can have that garage here. And can we guess the pathway below those? No. Not that way. So we will do some. Can we get below that? We can only at that place. So we would need to have that as far as that. That's not the best. Or we can place it somewhere here. Use that distance. To have a safe approach into this parking lot here. Like that. And then we have enough room for them to wait. And we can lower the burden of that one parking lot slowly. There is no way we would build anything there. Yeah. Yeah, I'm doing multi-streams. Meta. Interesting name. So, here we are now. solving this issue, we need to lower the burden for that parking lot. No parking lot there anymore. We may place something else there. So we need to focus on construction of these facilities now. I need my windows of construction offices to be available. Because this is now our main focus, to build that area here and get to airplane production too. How can I, if there is nobody lives there, that is just a parking lot for who is allowed to own the car, but this is a parking lot where people are traveling. It's not a parking lot where people live. There are no residentials there. So we are dealing with that too. Let's build that. So we always get some issues. That's just how the game works. But it's fine. We are learning. Because I am learning, I will change some things in future. Some people may do new series, but I'm not going to play from the scratch. I don't need to. We did not achieve our long-term goals. We may have a secondary play if I decide so, and currently we have Exclusia, but we don't need to hurry to start a new republic. There is plenty of stuff we can build in this one. We are slowly advancing, slowly. For example, what I want to have on this map, we will one day build, and that is here. Look at that one. That will come in future. Palace of the Soviets. But we need to establish everything else. And when we get there, it's such a cheap building, you can really afford it. It costs only 344,000 workdays, 94,000 tons of concrete. Oh, it's only 9,400 tons of concrete. That's not so expensive. And 6,000 tons of steel. So we will build that in future. And I will build a museum type, because we have also several other buildings which I downloaded. So for example, we will build another TV station. That's Berlin TV Tower. We will use these cargo station mods too. City Hall, we are not going to build that. Control tower, that will be used elsewhere. And then several factories we can build just for fun. Field, no. First forklift gas station, no. Heating hospital. Yeah, we may build this big hospital at a stage. And hotels, definitely. We may build several hotels when we will develop our tourism in the future, because there are some great one, Leningradskaya, etc. Then from monuments, we don't have any specialty there. I got no new platforms which may be useful in future. Power plant, we may probably build this twin nuclear pressurized water reactor. That may be a thing in future. We will build a restaurant too in future. Residentials, I downloaded few mods for residentials, and we also can build this shopping mall. Sports playgrounds, there are a few which can be built and will be built in the future as we will advance. because currently we are fine. We are producing all kinds of resources. So I will start to focus more on beautification and effectiveness. So new towns will be there as how to say it, as expression of Soviet engineering. We are just waiting for the update to come because we need underground pipelines first to not have spaghetti all around the place. But I found several great structures. In workshop. So thanks to all the modders who are working on this, they do great job. Because the developer cannot make all the buildings in this. It has power, but nobody lives there. Yeah, that's the thing. Because that it is dark. So we are developing this city here, which will grow to other side of the river. And then we will look for more. And I would say that this here is a great area to build a big town. Another good area where we can build a huge city is here. Or maybe here. But there are some. We just need to build that in a way that we also will use those workers somewhere. So we can make some great facilities with huge output, and then we will need the harbor area too to export stuff. So we will expand, not because we need that, but because we can, and to showcase what the game is capable of if you plan and design your facilities well. So we will use more mods. Not the OP ones, of course, I don't like those. And also I got some vehicles we will produce too. So here we have the Scania 113H. Those we will use in the future. All three types of them. Which this I don't want to use, doesn't matter, we will use these buses. And as you can see, I also downloaded the Peterbilt model. I don't want to use that immediately, but this Mercedes-Benz Actros may be useful. This transit furgon will be useful for our Republic. So let's buy these, and we can use this one to Oshkosh M1070 from Mother NATO. That's just a big truck. We can make some of them for transportation purposes, and I don't know. Why do we have three types of Volkswagen T3? But definitely we will use some of those. Yeah, that is passengers, that is not for passengers. I don't get it. One is for passengers. One is for as ambulance. Okay, that I understand, but I don't understand why there are two of those. And the Peterbilt is not to be used now. Then we will use some other buses too. I got some models from the Soviet side too. which we may use in future. Just let's find them. So here we have this Skoda, and then here we have this Lias bus, another Skoda, then we have this gas. And what else do we have which is suitable for mass production? Yeah, that is it for now. But now we have already quite impressive buffer of vehicles available. So here we can make cars. Car, personal cars. And we can make more of them here. So personal car. Let's go for few Skodas. Few of those, then we can get different colors too. But we will definitely need some vehicles from here. So here we need to make new buses probably. We can use several of those. So let's make one of those. Few of those. We will have use for these not anytime soon, but we can use these can transport 10, these can transport 4, that can transport 7. So let's go with few of those just for beginning. No, I don't think it is possible to make bicycles now. So here you can see what I meant. We are undergoing modernization of our republic. But it will take a while till we get through all the steps which are required. So we will need a construction office here, a small one for terraforming purposes. that will serve us in terraforming the area here as we slowly advance into that direction. So we need to build that, we need to build that, we need to build that, and advance through these two, and through that. That is not possible yet. And here we are building these structures. So we have a lot of work ahead. We need to achieve a lot of stuff to be built, and we will plan plenty of things in future, because we will expand in farming, we will expand in food production, so we are nowhere close to what we can achieve in this game. So now let's try that. And launch. So the ship is moving, just demolished the whole dry dock. And now we will see if it is able to get to the border. Because that's not very wide area there. And we may make so the ship is next behind the border now, and it seems it is able to get away. And the best part is we did not need to fuel that. It's going with empty. Oh, that is not empty. It has quite a lot of fuel in itself. The question is, how did that get the fuel? Because we were not transporting any fuel into the dry dock. Maybe that needs to be addressed. But the fuel is not going down. So that ship is gone. How much will that give us? That's the question. We will not be able to get the number. And now it is gone. And we got 7 billions. Wow. Several billions for a ship. Great deal. A cheap one. Who wants to buy such a ship? Your life savings will be enough for that in a few years when hyperinflation hits us. Yeah, 105 cars in the area. And all the trolley buses are going one after another because of that. Yeah. But with the upcoming update it will be a better one. Yeah, that's the Rotunda Theatre. We are slowly using some mods just for beautification. But here the problem is that all those cars need to use that road here. So that causes massive traffic jams. So we may run into issues due to that. We are already running into issues, not we can. We are already in some troubles because of those. But how else way we can test this? Somehow. No, that will not be there. That's a place for the helipad. Yes, that will help a bit. We will need a space for a helipad next to that. And that may be just enough because the helipad size is the same as the size of this or this. This or this. That may be the size of the helipad. So it may be there, and then we will have a helicopter there. And here we can get a helipad somehow here into that place. Probably. But we will need to move that power line here. Or remove that parking lot here. We will see how it will work out. We need to think a few steps ahead. That is kind of full already. Let's get more cars there, at least 2 more. Maybe we can get something else like those we have there. I guess that is meaningless. We don't need that connection there, it doesn't help in anything. And we have power here too. Okay, we need those rails. We need those two snow plows too. One, two. Yeah, we have huge traffic jams here in this town now. Let's stop the delivery of cars now. We have plenty of them in that town, we don't need more. We just have issues with them. Such a huge traffic jam here. Because we are unloading here now. And we need to turn on line spacing now because all the trolley buses are all stuck in traffic jam for a while. Is there a way how to divert some of the traffic elsewhere? Yeah, I see a certain solution. If we would have that road snapping, we can have a double line here. I don't think that would help too much. Problem is the trolley bus line, we just cannot divert that. No, that's something we need to check. We need to observe how they work. They can be useful, I just allow them to be too much and did not plan that area very well. You need to plan your infrastructure accordingly. And the main problem here is only that one parking lot. When we move that parking lot there, it will be much better. They will be able to move faster. And there will be not the queue here. And some of them will go there too. So the whole problem lies in that single parking lot. And we can do an underground parking if I can get rid of that. But we need to give them a room to wait. Because we need an alternative route here. And maybe here we will need another bridge later. Yeah, that may be a thing. So let's demolish this here. And let's work on that. We need to raise the terrain. And then we need a landscape editor mode because I want to see the elevation here, and well, the elevation here is 12 meters. So I want to elevate this to 12 meters too. So we have 12 meters on the top here. Show me the wireframe and let's see the direction. Yeah, we need to level it to that height. So we need to remove these parking lots here for this purpose. And let's see how we are doing. 1272, 1275, and then just to have the room here, let's place that next to that, just to avoid some issues, because that will be the heliport we will need. Yeah, and now we need clearly a bridge. Which will go from there. Which kind of bridge do we have here? Yeah, we have that. Yeah, it goes to that direction, so we need to level the ground here a bit. Now we can smooth a little in here. And here we need to connect that, something like that. Then we will need a piece of road here. So just let it be that way. We will deal with that later. Yeah, just that here to that level, and that here to that level too. Yeah, that may be it. And now we may place back those parking lots. Just turn off the landscape mode and go back to I just don't like this because the length, so we may go with underground parking in this case too. Just because we need some room. Even though I think we are too close. No, we cannot fit them there. We need a bit more room. Yeah, that's what you need to keep in mind with those parking lots, these issues we have. That the more there can only one car move inside parking lots, so smaller parking lots have some advantages. There are definitely some advantages to have smaller parking lots. Why does that not allow me to go directly out? What's the problem? That maybe, I would say. And now the roads need to be built. That may be removed. We just needed to have that room there. So we have some work ahead. That can be built, that can be built. And then we will be able to get rid of those traffic jams somehow. I got two of these. One there, another there. And how are they doing here? Slowly building those roads. Yeah, now we have this big one. That's a big truck. We are going to use. So then we will need a lot of equipment to build those runways. That's gravel, asphalt required there. A lot of gravel, a lot of asphalt. I just didn't realize that. Wow. You need also electronic components and mechanical components to finish that university. That's much more expensive than the technical university, but takes less time to build. Wow. That's an interesting one. Who would thought that it may be a case? And in this regard here, would be nice to have more construction offices nearby. So we will use this one. And though we don't need anything but these roads, because that's just a temporary one. So let's get some stuff done. Really? Just cheaper. Takes much less to make. So what do we have in this one? 6 of those, 6 of those. It just doesn't seem very legit to have it cheaper to be made. Yeah, that just does not seem to be legit. Such a... So let's go with 8 of those. Or we may go for some heavy equipment too. Because if we have that better build now, why not to use that? Well, let's get some of those. Just for fun. That at least makes some sense. So let's make that a dumper, just few of them. So the color may be, let's see, let's use 6 of them just for fun. Yeah, and we can get some mixers too, because why not if we are already here? We can afford that, it just costs a little bit. So we are getting 6, so now we may get 4 mixers. No, I don't import any grain. We have abundance of grain. No. We are producing about 43,000 tons per year and we have only 2 food factories. But we are not so sufficient fully because there are inefficiencies in my distribution. And we need to raise... Yeah, I would say we will need some. If we are going this way, then we will need that covered. That is not what I mean. No, that's not container. There is a specific type. Cooler oil open. Livestock, yeah. That is what I want to make. Few of those. To transport livestock. And it is not shown here. Where are those? 5. Yeah, it is. I think it's no problem with our Republic, and I don't cover too much land till now. But I have plenty of farms. If we look at this, the old map and farm. So here we are, farm, 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 farm. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 farms. But we have lot reserves. We can build many more of them. There is a lot of space. And now what I am aiming for is to use those better builds to deliver livestock from these. Yeah. Okay. And rename this. Okay, heavy, and this is standard one. Then they will build that soon. I don't need to care too much about that. We would appreciate if this is being built. This is a problem, this is the center of... That will be great when we will have that underground garage here. That may help us a lot. We need these rails now to be able to bring cement into this area, because that was the main concern last time when we were building this power plant. We were struggling with cement. Yeah, I did not make any calculation, that's the thing. I just needed more, I added more farms. Because they are not that expensive, the main problem is only just to bring those firefighters to them. But soon that will be less an issue with helicopters. And how much wood do we have here? Oh, there is enough wood in the forest. And here we have issues. Not enough workers for that. We will need to deal with that then. Here is place for another parking lot, I would say. It should be able to fit. And here we can get more residentials. And which ones? So that is projects 447C. Maybe this can fit. Or maybe don't. You just that cannot fit. So let's go then for the standard ones. We should be able to somehow get another one of these there. Can we? I don't like that. Or can we get that one there? Who wants to live on this hill and enjoy the view? Yeah, that is a great view from there. Doesn't fit too much, but why not? Yeah, let's go forward. Yeah, you can see, for example, you look into this economy and trade and you go into domestic production and consumption, then you can see the overall. For example, last year I was able to produce 42,500 tons of crops. And as we produce 9,000 tons of food, then we produce some livestock, we can do the calculation how much we need to produce the amount we want to provide to our workers, because you need some grain for livestock, you need some grain for food production, you need some grain for fabric production, and also for alcohol production. And you just look at, for example, the food factory, which can produce 20 tons of food out of 42 tons of crops. So if you need 20 tons of food, then you need if you need 10,000 tons of food, you need 20 something tons, 21,000 tons of crops just for that. It is similar with alcohol, with fabric. And you can simply go, you build a farm and see if you have enough production, if that is what slows down your production or not. If it is not enough, then you build another farm. If it is not enough, then add another farm, until you get to the stage that you have more crops than you need. Or you can even make dedicated farms for livestock or something else. Or prioritize them. Yeah, here we would use some support, because now we don't have construction office and support a construction. Yes, probably the problem is that we don't have the maximum range here. Yes, we don't. Then we need to add maximum range to these two, because they are not picking up automatically. Here that asphalt plant has some driving skills required if we will get those better builds, because those are a bit longer. So now we have several western ones. Just move there, and then you just move there too. Okay, and we have these two here, so we might move these acrosses into that. Yeah, the main challenge with farm is how you collect all that, because for example I have this farm here which is underutilized currently. I just have it to provide some crops for that chemical production, but I have much more area which can be used. But then I have these farms which are really heavily utilized. Now we are out of crops in this one. Out of crops in this one. And there are still crops. Yeah, out of crops in that one. So we are successfully transporting most of those crops into production. We have aluminium. So is this stable? No, it's not, but we will build these residentials and then it will be stable. More stable than it is now. "11 pages, wow, I don't like that. I would really appreciate that button delete or notifications. So now we need to click a lot. That's such a game-changing feature. And I mean, as my republic grow, I lower the chance for fires to normal. Just imagine how much more notifications I would have if I have high probability of fires. And it's just because that's one thing I lower this, and later we will have much more problems because there will be more notifications of all kinds we don't have now. How many clicks is that? Yeah, finally get rid of those. So let's have a look. We are doing quite well with unemployment now. We are less than 3,000 unemployed, which is quite good. We can do better in future. Definitely we will go for underground garage here too. Really? They need steel. Bring that steel in. That's not the steel we are looking for. We don't have steel. No, we have. But it's just not delivered yet. Is there a focusing on that? Yeah, here's the steel. Probably the steel we need. Even though that costs quite a lot. I would not expect that to be that expensive. Oh, it's so much. Underground parking garage is not a cheap thing. Like, look, it costs 379 tons of concrete. Oh, I did not thought about the price we need to pay for that underground garage. Okay, that's just much more expensive than a normal one. But it's okay, we can afford that. But if you compare that to a standard parking lot, just so much more expensive, so much. 341 tons of concrete, wow. In total we need almost 500 tons of concrete, 3000 days. So that is what I did not expect. No problem, you're welcome. Okay, so that is not OP at all. It costs a fortune. No, not an early game stuff. Not some early game stuff at all. Yeah, so... we will need a distribution office here too. We have no workers, we are without power. We are working on that, but even we are working on that, it will take us a while to fix that. Can we get a worker or two? No, I definitely need to stabilize this. There is nothing more important than that. Because currently we just don't... Oh, finally we have power. One worker is there. But this doesn't work either. And then also this. We can go with 2 of them. We need much more workers for these facilities here. And everything is stuck here, that's the cause. It is not high enough. But who would thought that this will be a problem? I just did not saw that that parking lot is that expensive. Yeah. Yeah, but great job. It's a great job, I like it. Especially that it is not cheap, that is a good feature. And I can use that. It is quite practical. I saw a great video though by that. With that. When there was a guy having these kinds of parking lots all over the town and cars traveling left and right. Lots of them. But I like that. Really good feature. Not to make it high capacity, but also to make it quite expensive. With that I call a mod which is not overpowered, but practically balanced. Yeah, we are struggling with power. Just wait until we get a worker or 2 there. Yeah, which one do you have? But it's not expensive, just look. It is expensive if you want to use that early game, but why would you? You don't need to use that in early game. In early game you just can use the surface parking lot and later rebuild that, for example. Replace that by that. Or you can use that in certain areas, because here we have this shopping center, and usually these days near shopping centers you have underground garages. So here we have a station, everything that just perfectly fits into the area. I would not build that near my residentials, we don't need to, but here I need to save that little bit of space. So well thought through. I like it. Especially if it works well. Especially when I have lack of concrete too, that just helps to give us some pain. And we have the first one. First better build ready to be launched. And this is a good way how we can highlight some mods too. So we are making that, so we will need more of those, 4 more of those. And now I know the color. So the dumper. Then we need the mixer. Mixer, where are you? And then we don't have a special category. For the livestock one. Yeah. Yeah, that is the same. Yeah. That can be also a thing, but doesn't matter because you know you need to feel also the disadvantages of cars. It's just not to be the sun is always shining, and then you have some issues you need to solve, and you can have some playability with that. And it can be easily offset if you create these longer access roads, and then you don't have the problem of, because I had similar problem here in this area, as I have these car parks, and it was simple solution to create that longer access road, and all of a sudden they can move faster into that, so they are not blocking the road that long. And then another issue was the roundabout here, because there is a lot of cars in this town. So lots of cars are moving back and forth, but it works, kinda. Now here I created also longer entrance road because of that. So especially when you build those car parks near service facilities, then you need to take into consideration waiting times. And I had similar issues in this town here too, with this parking lot. But then I saw that giving them more space to wait, and then it is not so painful. So definitely we can learn a bit, but only if we use them. Without using those buildings and those vehicles, we just cannot understand how things work. At least I need some time. Traffic lights and road signs, etc. I think not in this update, but maybe when we will get the police, then it would make sense, maybe something to be connected to traffic management. I don't know, can't tell, because that's another huge set of issues the developer needs to solve. How to program the algorithms for those cars, and then of course you will need to. Yeah, I played this map from August, probably. As you can see, we are 2044. It's 84 years in game, and each year is 6 hours approximately. So we are over 500 hours. And not covered even the quarter of it fully. Because we just can advance much further. And there are some interesting areas when we can build something bigger. Big cities or other facilities. And I am streaming this all the time. No, you can watch all the footage back then. It's all uploaded on YouTube. There were some issues with connection. Maybe there is something missing or divided, but I did not play this map without streaming it. So anybody wants to see how it grew, how it developed in time, you can see everything of that. Now we have another Peterbilt ready to be used. Just compare the length of that. That's just a different level. You know, Americans, they go different lengths, different size. But let's have that. Just we are playing a game, we can have that kind of fun. And the funny thing is that we did not achieve even the half of what I want to achieve on this map. Because we are still far from 200,000 citizens. We are only in 1/3 of that. And I want to achieve full self-sufficiency with 200,000 workers over time. So we need a lot to do, a lot to develop, adjust, test, tear down, rebuild, whatever. It's a huge task. Well, that means the amount of cement we will need for those 2 garages. Wow, that will be something. Well, I need to get that central cement silo up and running as soon as possible because of that. We need those rails to be able to bring... Oh. How did you manage to do this? What's the problem here? How did he manage to stuck himself? Let's do it this way. We need these few rails. 1, 2, 3. I can have these signals here. Because why not? We already have that divided. And we can place that signal there, and we need a mixed signal there. Yeah, we need to have a mixed one there, because then it cannot approach that. And now tell me how you want to leave if you enter into that, huh? But you really screwed this. As you will be stuck for sure. Or not? No. They can solve that somehow. What are you talking about? You can reach there. No problem whatsoever. Go past this. I know it took it a while to realize it can reach there. This, and this. Then this, this and this. And that is not built yet because we need some support here. This and this. We're running really low with those firefighters here, so we need to do something about it. We are in July, but without that town we cannot raise that. So how can we play that car dealer? No, that is not well placed. I just want to have it according to the grid. And I want to have that car dealer there to not care about moving cars into the area, because we will need few of them. And we are almost there. With our power supply, of course we don't have any workers in the power plant, it's just thing we are suffering. Just don't have enough workforce anywhere close. More concrete required and some asphalt. OK, ako vyzerá celá republika, hlavne nech vyjde slnko. Tak to vyzerá na mape. Čiže tu sme teraz. Tuto je úvodné mesto. Mesto, kde sme začínali. Rohu mapy. Tuto máme oceliareň. So, we are showing how the Republic looks like. This is the initial town corner where we started the early days with these facilities here, which were our starting point, the construction materials, and that one farm. Then we expanded into food factory, built a heating plant, and then here is the steel mill, which is the most important part of our industry, because everything is built from that steel we produce in this steel mill, and we have plenty of that. We started with importing coal, but now we are able to produce coal. And here we have a train stuck. So we will need to solve that. I did not realize that we have this issue for passengers, so we are going from corner to yeah, we need to deal with few waypoints. So when we are going from corner, we definitely need a train to go through this waypoint. And when it comes back, it definitely needs to go through that waypoint. No shenanigans through those storages. Okay, so here we have the steel mill, here we have a small town which I built to support that coal power plant. We had some issues in the beginning with heating, pollution. Here we have some unemployed workers. Here we have our first chemical plants facility. Some farms around it, our first railroad construction office, which was also supported from there. Some gravel production, another farm, and then we expanded into this area here, started to build this city here slowly at that side, then we expanded into that side. All was planned from that heating plant, which can cover as far as this. Here we have the clothes factory with fabric production, which is still sufficient for our needs. And here we have a big farming area, some livestock, electronic components, plastics, and then the slaughterhouse with no railroad connection. From there we expanded into this area where we got our first coal mines and were able to transport the coal to steel mill from there. Currently we have abundance of coal here, and there are some coal mines which are yeah, you have such. So here we had our second power plant, our very first cable waste, and here we have then the city which was built to support the oil refinery. Also we have electronic assembly halls here, university and more coal, cement plant, oil rigs all over the place, another chemicals production facility, another chemicals production facility with small town to support that, more farms, another food factory, but then we are focusing on this town to get more coal and to expand into this area where we have another big city, and finally our first single reactor nuclear power plant. Later, when the update came out, we built a train production line, expanded farming areas, and started to move into this area where we have more oil, our first vehicle production facility with town supporting this, and then we expanded further into this area, but that was after we built another nuclear production facility here with respective town, and also a dry dock with small town until we expand into this area, and slowly we are expanding towards the middle of the map where we currently have this personal vehicle production, the building materials, and the central city is slowly being developed here. Our first airport will be here, so we have a lot of work ahead. And we are preparing to build that airport, but we will need a lot of concrete, a lot of asphalt, and because of that we need to get that silo filled and build a distribution from that. So we are working on that for sure. And this town will grow much bigger because we have plenty of room on the other side of the river. And also I made some preparations to build this small area here. And we are preparing to cross the river here too. I don't think we will, or maybe we will not cross the river here. But maybe we could cross the river here. It's a question of if we will, because we would need to elevate that bridge enough. So I don't know for now if we will do that. But But we should be able to turn on this and then start leveling up this place here. Just erase it and see how high can we do that. So how high? Oh, that should be even enough. Okay. So we should be able to raise the terrain here too. So let's do it again. We need to go as far as this. But the problem we are facing is that we don't have enough space. So maybe we can start a bridge here and connect it to... I need to see better. And so start it there and connect it to there. Pop that welcome to the channel. Maybe we can start there and yeah, definitely that can be it. Yeah, that point to that point. And then we somehow need to connect down. Yeah, some. Yeah, that may be. If we somehow manage to smoothen this. And then go back. Yeah, somehow we need to smoothen that. And we are not too far from doing that effectively. Yeah, that doesn't allow me it that much as I would like to. Well, that seems to be good enough now. Yeah, if we smoothen this piece of terrain somehow, with all the limitations we have here, it may work. that may work. Now we can reconnect this without issues. Let's remove that piece and connect that to there. And then we need this. And then to get down here somehow. Level that's a bit better, and smoothen that out that way, and now check it. Still we need something here. It would help to lower just a little bit. Mikrofón, ja myslím, že dosť hlasno, len ja niekedy rozprávam od potichu. V tom je celý problém, že mikrofón je dosť citlivý, len môj hlas je taký premenlivý, že nevždy som blízko mikrofónu a nevždy rozprávam hlasno do mikrofónu. Question is, can we somehow smoothen this out in this area, or to make it somewhat gradual, or we need to remove a piece of road and do it that way. Yeah, that seems much better. Now we need to level the sides down back to normal. Like that way, and then this here, like that. So we have another bridge over the river. So let's work on that too. And we can turn off the landscape mode now. I don't need that. We should be fine. 3 bridges should cover the whole area quite well. So how are we doing with construction here? We just need 1000 work days to finish that. And then we need less than 1000 still there. We are just now a bit better with the traffic. And it works here for a while. They are somehow not able to build this for some reason. Let's bring some supports there to build that, and we should take off these vehicles from here. 2 more huge dumpers, which we got from our American friends. Jo, no je to troška problém, vieš, lebo väčšina ľudí, čo to pozerá, hovorí po anglicky, ale keď niečo potrebuješ vedieť, tak kľudne sa pýtaj po slovensky, ja ti kľudne po slovensky môžem ti komentovať aj po slovensky, ale nie som schopný komentovať celý čas po slovensky aj po anglicky. A keď už som rozmýšľal nad tým, že možno by sa dal robiť nejaký obsah viacjazyčný, a to budú skôr videá ako stream. So there is the problem that not everybody understands English, but on demand I can speak Slovak and translate that into English if it is needed. And I was considering to create some content in Slovak, Czech languages, but that will not be streaming at all. Those may be videos which I may create, and then just to make the voiceover in Czech, Czechoslovak, and in English too. Last few mixers of concrete and then just a lot of work. Oh, we have one residential here. Interesting. Fortunately, we have the shop and we have the bus stop, so that should not be that much an issue. Yeah, we are getting to that too. So what is that? It's cargo station. Yeah, we will need no, we don't need anything else than simple asphalt roads in this case, because the ranges are not that high. And we can build that asphalt too. And now we have one of those. So where is the train I need to divert? Of course, none of them. We can change the color of that too. Okay, so this needs to go all around the way. So first stop. From that. We are going through this, and after that waypoint. We need that train to go to. Oof. This waypoint, not through the farm. Then if we get here next to the food, we need it to go through that waypoint. Continuing, no side tracks anywhere. So we can continue, no issues, no issues, no issues. Go to that, and from that we will go again through that waypoint here, which is critical. So we need to take that line, and then we have another critical place, and that is here, where we need a train to choose that waypoint, and then we should be fine. I'm not sure about length here, but it should be fine now. So we will unload there, yeah, and now the other one will definitely use the same system. We're going through waypoints which are important. This one, and then we go through this one, and then we go through this one, then there is this one, unloads, turn around, and again go back to that waypoint. Then we go to that waypoint, and here we need to go through here, through that waypoint, ja, tak akože my sa vieme rozprávať aj v inom jazyku, len ostatní by tomu nerozumeli. Ja v podstate hovorím po anglicky nie kvôli tomu, že by som chcel, aby si mi rozumel, ale preto, aby ostatní rozumeli. Aha, so here, we need it to go through that waypoint. Then we get to there. And from that we just get to here. and not load anything or anything else. And here we need to solve the problem. How did this train set get there again? Jo, mám tam tie módy, dneska som ich stiahoval. Okay, so which one is this train set? That? Can you get out of this now? Yeah, you just cannot get out of this. I understand now. I understand. Who knows how long are they there stuck? S tými slovenskými lokomotívami, no to musím ešte ponastavovať. Postupne to prestávať. So the diverting of that cement will be a pain, I would guess. We may have some issues. Because it's just not that simple. No v podstate je to jednoduché s tými lokomotívami. Proste som si stiahol len skiny. A tu by som mal mať nejakú lokomotívu odparkovanú. Túto. A môže mať iné farby. Tým pádom môže byť Československo naladená. A normálna farba je tá zelená. A samozrejme sú tam aj nejaké ďalšie lokomotívy. Napríklad táto. České dráhy, či československé. Aj táto. So these. Czechoslovakian colors of locus, because we are thinking how to design our railways in future. Currently we are using what we have. So we have another better build. Now we might move these into the other one. There's barely enough space. Just too long. Yeah. And they don't take into consideration the hitbox. But no other way how to see them in action. Well, so here probably we will need to move that parking lot, and we can also move this power line here. It's just much easier to do it now. Than later. So we can have the parking lot, for example, here. We can connect that somehow like this. And we will need some pathways in the area, like that one. And then we can go with that and remove these. Yeah, we need more room for that. Something like this can be helpful. And now we need to turn not that way, but we need a bit more space for that turn. Can we? That may be it. That way. And here we can have this and also this. Yeah. And now that power line back. Which one was that? So we use this one. So there's the can go as far as this, then we can go as far as this, and here we will need to move all these cars. So how can we move those cars out of there? That is full. That is pretty full. And we have no too many there. So we will need to remove that there later. Somehow I need to manage to move those cars out. Or can we do it from the other side? Stredné pole po žatve. Počkaj, koľkože to bolo? Myslím, že ťažko povedať. Who can tell how much can you harvest from the medium size field? Because I don't know immediately that. I just cannot tell. Maybe it will be easier to try to place that helipad here. Just check if we have enough space. I just need to check how much space do we have here. No, that will not be possible. It just will not work. So we need to stick to that moving of that parking lot somehow. So we will need to find a way how to get around that. Somehow we need to get those cars out of this. And when we get them out, then we can replace that with helipad. 100 tons? I'm not sure about. But maybe I can find a field which is fully harvested and not collected yet. Even though that may be tricky. 50 tons there. That is being collected already. That is almost harvested, but it is collected. Where do I have such fields which are? Maybe here I have some, but that has 37. No, that is being collected. It's really hard to tell. Yeah, 45. So I guess it's 60 tons per field. To je myslím, že 60 tón sa mi zdá, že vychytíte z jedného stredného pola, z veľkého 180. Asi to 20 tón z malého. So it is 60 tons, as I remember, from medium-sized field. Oh, because we don't have the supplies, of course. It takes them 10 years to finish. My fault. And we will have that parking lot soon. That will help us. Yeah, this will take us really a while to finish this. There's just no way to do it fast. With that much construction we have, we just can struggle all day long. And now we have this. So any cars heading to this? Oh. How much cars can be in this one? Hey. Really? That is not 32. How much is the capacity of this? 4, 6, 8. Six, 8, 10, 12, 14 plus 2. Really? Does that has such a high capacity? $36, but that doesn't seem like 36. No. Look. That's 8. That's 16. That's 24. That's 36. That's 40. That's almost 60. Like now we are 16 cars there and another 20 heading to that. 21 heading and yeah, maybe it just shows more slots, but it can be 36. Because always there are 36 approaching, but even then we have 2 long queues here. It's not helping too much. But it means we need more. Yeah, maybe, because you can see that I have this parking lot and there is a parking lot for 40. I don't know if it works, I never tried that. But it's much more slots than I expected. But I like those lights. Like, see? Seems like it is going underground, downward. Interesting, but we have now the queue elsewhere. So we need to build more of those, just to lower that. And maybe we can get rid of this one soon. If we send all of them home. Well, we need to observe how it works, but now we have almost 20 parked and 12 heading. 20 parked, 12 heading to the parking lot, 21 park. So it is still remaining in the 36-ish territory. So that may be fine. I'm okay having 36 slots. But I need to get rid of that one. Now look, nobody is going to get there. That will be interesting when we finish this. Because we want, all of us want to see personal cars in action efficiently. That's one thing. Well, many people crave for. And we have this, yeah. So we will need some more. We will need that cement. Do I have any? No, I have 2. Ah, that's good. 3. Okay. 4, even 4. Great. What kind of color can we use? Oh, we may use the green one. Oh, green one, yellow one. So this can transport 50 tons, and this one can transport 63. Good, good. So let's now move these ether girls into that office. So we need that, that, and that. The problem will be I cannot see them fitting there very well. That may be an issue. Let's see. Maybe we will be screwed by that. Because these trucks are really long. So still, we are below 36, so that means it seems to be working that way. It's just the number of slots which is shown is different, and that hitbox, if we can call that hitbox. Oh, but I would like to have it different color. Oh, maybe this is better. Now I'm looking for that to be finished. How long will it take? All resources on construction site. So that's 12, 12, 20. So we are still staying in that territory. Just need to get rid of this one. Yeah, where is that train? Our cement train or related vehicles. So you are heading to that waypoint and you are heading to that waypoint. So where is that? Okay. So we don't need that. But maybe we can adjust this. So that's dry bulk tank, and we are looking for the train which goes to Yizra. Yeah, there will be an issue or two until we solve this. It's too complicated. Because we need to navigate these trains all over the Republic. Yeah, it helped. To have one more helped. So we are still struggling with this one. Let's see how does the color change. It's no change in that at all. That's fine. We are testing these things. I want to see them. You may see them too. Why I play with them. We have another one. It takes them so long to build those roads. And now we have good amount. And let's look how this train will behave. Because now this is traveling all over the Republic. It's a long way to go. Yeah, I like how the sound moves from left to right, depending on what side we have the train. Yeah, now it goes quite well. Not traveling without any major issues for now. But I'm curious how the turn will near the border. Hello. How is Samko? Bumpy Road 2.0. No, early stages of the Republic. Yeah, it was a while ago we built all these. Yeah, and that went smoothly. So now What are we waiting for here? What's the problem? That's the problem. We don't have enough waiting lines. So we cannot use this as a turning point for that anymore. Just don't have enough room. Is there any train? No, there is no train related to that. Oh, fine. So we will use this as a turning. Doing nothing. That's the only train related here. Yeah, and that is the same with this one. Use this as a turning. No, it will not work. Yeah, now we need to place that waypoint too, just in case. And now we need to move those trains out. But first we need to get more cement. Yeah, how many of them are related to this? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. So there is one more. And you do deer classes, so that's 5. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we are just one more than we need. Takahoy. And now we don't have enough workers or what? Yeah, we are quite low with them. We may use one more cement train. And we will need to deal with these crops here too later. So can we empty that train? That's more gravel. That's the 5th one. Yeah, we are just a bit overkill with that gravel into that cement plant now. Because all trains queued up here. So we will need to start exporting too. Well, now that is fine. Now let's turn that one. And let's start moving stuff. It's one more waiting line, but we will be fine with 4 trains coming here, not 5. So you And that is because the old design, the old version of cement silo, the old version of cement plant. Because we don't have the capacity. And so we really need to send one of these trains forward. These small inefficiencies just can ruin the system a bit. But we can find them and fix them, especially with upcoming update, because then we will have notifications if the train is waiting too long. But now we are just guessing. So now let's 1, 2, 3 and 4. No, I don't need that depot, I need that dry bulk tank to move into this. So that will be one. And then we will get the second one. They don't care about those too much. We don't have that road yet. Yeah, and now I have an idea. Because we were not able to transport those big trolley buses. So let's try to make another one. And test if this can transport that. I guess it cannot, but we can try. And Then we will need one more of... Where are you? Dry bulk tank. One of those. There's only two. Yeah, what else do we need? Five cement trucks may be useful. We can exchange them. So here we need to set this as load and that as unload. At 80%. Oh, we have the university now. And it is already working at full swing. So now that and that. We'll build these. And we really need to move in this area. But at least we can walk. Oh, they can walk. Really, they can walk into that power plant. I'm just afraid they will not be happy when the pollution kicks in. That may be an issue, and for sure it will be an issue. But it is how things are. So where can we put that pollution monitoring station? Here it might be fine. So that means that we are now safe. And it should be able... Oh. No. That was some kind of mistake of mine. We are not able to walk there. I don't know what I saw. They can walk at least there. Into heating plant. Yeah, maybe we can somehow get rid of these now. No, already 3 more came. So how can we deal with that? First of all, let's remove these pathways. That may help at the beginning. And now we got it. Yeah, we destroyed that. Finally got rid of that. Yeah, that will be useful now. So if we create a longer road, it should help. Just a little bit. Maybe we can create a longer one. Yeah, that may be good enough. Solution found. So having these 4 should be a good help. But it will take us a while till we build all of those. But now finally we have enough cement in the area. So we are not suffering on that side. not able to build that yet. Because we don't have the workforce available. For some reason. Yeah, because we're bringing them from there. And that takes so long. We might get a bus to there too. You know, the question is, can we change this? We should be. We have more workers now on site. They should be able to get there. But we will see how it will work out. Because we are stuck because the travel distance is too long. So we need this to use these two, and I was not using them efficiently. Lots of mechanisms there, but we don't have a single bus. Now we may see things start moving a bit. Help this with that priority. Let's build it faster. We have that power line, yeah, we have. So that is fine now. Now we need to move those cars away. Oh, that will be a problem. Let's move that there. Let's move that there. And there. And there. No. So we still have 8. So how much space do we have there? Enough. Really, now we will struggle with these. Because I made that mistake, yeah. Okay, let's take that to this too. And now we can clear up that parking lot slowly. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, Control H, escape, Control H. Now at the remote. Remove this and demolish this. And let's check if we can place that there then. Maybe tricky. Maybe, we will see later. We will see later. Now let's use this and let's use this. I hope we will be able to place that heliport next to that. Yeah, now we need those 2 cars to move back. Do that. And 1 more. Should or not. It's heading there or not. Yeah, it is heading there. Oof. To having only 1 parking lot there, it's a pain. For sure. But soon In several years we will have more than one. Just have too many personal cars in that town. Yeah, now we need to figure out how we will continue constructing this. So we need to build temporary rails somewhere here. That one and then that one. And from here we somehow need to connect to this one and also to this one. That way. And that should allow us to build all. So let's commission these to build that. Like it says that no connection. But there is. For sure there is connection. We just need to adjust all this here. That. And we need to place that there so where they can enter. And then we will need also to adjust signals here. We're not dealing with that until now. Yeah, that may be quite tricky here because we don't have an easy setup. We just have such a complicated setup here with these rails. But I need to get rid of that loop first. Then we need to figure out where we will have the loading. And how we will do the tracks next to that. Because this is too much rails here. We have one waiting line. Only one. Yeah, this is nothing but this is everything but ideal. And we don't have the distribution here yet. Okay, we need to build that too. So we need these supplies. These can have too. Yeah. And these can be built too. We will need to figure out. And let's go with the local one here. And the roads we need to support here because it takes them so long to finish these. So how can we do the rails? Because we will again need more waiting lines. That's the main problem. But we need even more waiting lines here. But at least we have room. Enough room here. That will be interesting how we solve this. Most problems come from these. Now we can do this differently. If we will use this as a turning point, then we don't need to connect this in this way. But we can simply connect to that. Maybe we can use a better angle here. And yeah. We can do that and keep the signal here. And have a signal here. Yes, that will work. That might work. So the question is, how can we build that? That's another. And then what we need is to get that somehow to this. How long is that? That may be enough room. No, it is not, because we have that rail here. Really, you just entered from that side and you cannot continue there. Why? There is clear way. Oh no. No, there is not. Aha. Aha, I messed that up. Because it's the only one where there is no return. Oh, I really need to rework this. No, we will not use this. I have a different idea. I have a different idea. We will use definitely this. But for that we will use a different way how to turn the train around. That will be another very messy situation. How can we do this? Because I need more stuff to be connected here. That's the main problem. We have so many rails in the area that it causes major issues. Because you also need to connect these. So we need to connect those, we need to connect these, we are going through that, we have this there. Yeah, that is really challenging. We need a cargo station and we need a full length of this. To have an estimation. So we will need few waiting trucks and an exit truck. That should not be an issue if we connect here. So like that. And then another one. Just a bit there. So 2, 3 waiting. No, that is not what I want. So that is 2 or 3 waiting trucks here. Into that aggregate unloading. But we really need only 2. So we don't need to bother with the third one. But we need to go the other direction. We may have some waiting trucks on the other direction here. Like that. So this is long enough to fit a train into. So if we place a signal, please there. Well, let's give it some room. Then we might get these rails here. And of course just does not cooperate the same way as I would wish to. Now from there we need to make that crossing, and from there we need to make that. So we may have one train loading to waiting. But that does not solve our issue with transfer through, because we need to get a train through this. Into that direction. To have a room for signal here, and then to have a room for the junction. Yeah. Then we need to get enough room here. How long that should be, as long as it is enough, if it is that long. Then we need to connect to this somehow. And then we need to do this. To continue there. Need that to connect to this one. Or something like that. And then we can remove this piece here and get it into that place there. Now no, not that way, that way, yes, that way. And then we have this here, and we can connect that way. I'm not sure about this connection here. But let's say it will work if we get it into that way. Yeah, we need to move that a bit to get it back. So what we have now here? No, we don't need this, but we need this, and then we need this. So here we have two waiting tracks. Enough space, yes. So we have 1, 2. How much room do we need? Yeah, we can merge it back somewhere here without issues. Like that. We can remove this waypoint there, and here we have 2 more, but we still need to solve the waiting lines from that direction too. So are we done? Yes, we are all done with those junctions. That means we can remove all these, because now we don't really need them. We need this room for something else. Yeah. Then we need to probably not good idea. But let's do that. So yeah, we did not solve the problem. We did not solve the problem because these waiting lines here are not good. Not well done. Or somehow can we get to that? So we can get from that to that. Then stay on that, continue, go forward. Or turn around somehow. How? That can get there, but if we somehow can get there. So here we have that which goes that direction. Yeah, then this one may go that direction. I mean into that line here. If we can manage that to connect it into this. Like that, and connecting to this line if it will allow me, like that. So we can get the train out of this into that direction if we need to. Why would I do this? Why? Really, why? Oh, great. If you have such a good production. So no, this is meaningless here. That is meaningless because we will not have trains waiting. It just goes in, unloads and continues, and the passenger train just waits and then can continue if it wants. And from that direction we can have plenty of trains coming. So here we have this. The train can come through that easily. The train can come from this. Go there. So we have this as the opposite, yeah. That was how I planned that. So these are practically that direction. I really messed this up. And it is because we have so many rails here. So let's continue with these then. Let's just see how it goes. So let's connect that, that, and that. Let's remove this and check the length of this. So we need at least that much. Oh, we don't need this to be commissioned yet. And here we now need to take care of these. So the cargo train can come in. It can wait. It can leave. Let's remove this piece and make it more parallel, like that. Then we might make this longer if we check the length here. Yeah. So we might connect one more rail here probably, and make that to this point, and remove this. Can we connect to that? Yeah, we can. So how long is that? That's not long enough. Of course. But the main thing here is that we can work with this for now as we have connections. So we can change this and make it a bit longer. As long as we have these connections, the trains can move. So we need to make it a bit longer, like that. Then connect to here. We can use the area we have here left. Somewhere there we can go off, like that. And we have enough space. Of course, the problem will be how we build that. There we can place that there and remove that there. So we have several options here. Or maybe not that way, but we can somehow get it onto that, can we? Can we get it into this junction here? Yeah, and that way the train which is waiting, this one which comes. But again we have one train which comes from that direction and then it needs to proceed there. Another one can come from that direction and needs to proceed there. It's total mess. Total mess. This is total mess. Doesn't work that way. It's just not okay. We need to think ahead a bit more. Ah, that was the wrong one. That was the wrong one. So this is quite difficult position here. So can we have one more next to that? No, that building is in the way. Okay, good to know. So we need to go that far. And then we can go that far. And now we are on the level I wanted to be. Now we are on the level I wanted to be, so we can continue with these rails that way and that way. That means we have 3 waiting lines if we need. But first we need to solve these irregularities here. Oh, I really don't like how this goes. Because now still we need to get more waiting lines. These two are also waiting lines. And we still don't have the through Because these then go through one that direction, one that direction, that goes that direction, those go that direction. Yeah, that will be really a tricky one. So can we get it from there? Yes, we can. Can we get it from there? Yes, we can. So those are 3 waiting lines for the oil loading, unloading. Is it long enough? Yes, it is. 1, 2, 3. All of them are long enough. That should allow us to somehow pass through. Can we somehow? Oh, we don't need that. We will not wait. So they will go through that easily. Then 3 can wait. From that direction can wait 2 of them. They will leave. Then we have this part here, which off to our waiting lines. Yeah. So these need to be merged together somehow here. And then we can we should be able to get that. No, that is not okay. This should help. There's only one single spot where it can be, and that is there. Yeah. And from there we will get into that line here. Yeah, that may be, and we make this much shorter as we proceed, so that is too long. So let's shorten that a bit. That maybe can be. It seems be long enough, just on the edge. So those are the 2 waiting. Now we have the exit line. From that into multiple directions. Really? We need to get it to that direction. So, just in case. And then we will not need this one, but for now we need it. That will go away. If we manage to get there. Yeah, and these two may go wherever they want. Those can go into different direction totally, because this rail will go into that direction for sure. And this one, and then will merge somehow. But so tricky, so complicated. Why do I make it that way? That's some question we cannot answer now. Yeah, the problem now is how we are going to build this effectively. Because I remove that loop. So the main problem here, how we build these pieces, which need to be approached from that direction. So definitely I will need a loop here. Yeah. So we need to we can build these without issues here. We cannot build. Well, we can build also this. Oh. We have no way back. So we definitely need a loop to that point. Here probably. Because when we have this. And now we need to get that loop. So how can we get that? Because if we get here, we can build almost anything from there, but we need to create that loop. So but somehow, can you allow me to connect backwards like that? There to that. There, that's our loop. Remove this. And now from that loop, we need to get to that line. So connect it there. And from that we need to connect to it is not allowing me to do so. Not easily. So if it doesn't work that way, we will do it that way. Yeah. So now Wrong one. Because I don't want electrified. I don't need panels there. Good night. So now we can easily bring a train here, and that can build a loop, and from that loop it can proceed build this, and from there we can slowly build up that direction, and from that side then we are able to continue that direction. Let's go. I hope it will work. Let's place all the signals we need. So here we need a chain signal with that kind of signal, and here we need that and that. So then from that direction we have few to be built, and those will be built. I cannot build these that easily. Oh, we will need more help. Another temporary line. Another temporary line will be required there. So from that point we just cannot build. We can build that. Build that. And from here we can build these. But we are not out of the woods yet. Yeah, we need more. I don't have those kinds of trucks. No, I don't. So now this is to go into that. All of them need to go. And I have a vehicle depot which can hold them. That goes there. That goes there. That goes there. That is that. Now, what is remaining here? Yeah, now let's test this fast. So that. And can we bring that trolley bus here? Go. I want to see if we somehow manage to load that onto this vehicle, because it's a bit bigger. I don't trust that, but maybe we can see soon. It is Yes, it is. We have the truck which can transport these trolley buses. That's awesome. That's what I wanted to see. Finally we have a truck which can transport them. Yes. Finally we have a truck which can load these long trolley buses, so there is no limitation. Mauser Nato, thank you very much. Well appreciated. Because we were not able to get those trolley buses into this. Yes, that was I wanted into that city. That's what I wanted. Yeah, now we will have that cement, but we still don't have this, and these people are not very happy. I can imagine why. They just don't have culture, don't have sports. They don't have mostly anything here. But they have a car dealer, of course. That really makes sense. So sports, playgrounds. Yeah, we really don't need that money there. We can go at minimum. And how far can we walk from there? Yeah, if we can walk there, that means that we may be able to get them to the gym. Somehow. But until then, they may suffer with unhappiness without hospital. Okay, we don't have anything here. We just have finally that road which we waited so long for. And we will need a hospital too, or at least a small clinic. Small clinic is enough, big clinic no way. Small clinic, polyclinic, a small clinic. This one should be enough for us. To cover the whole area. And slowly build this up. Yeah, now they started to construct these. So heavy supply and nothing else needed. We can build that slowly, but we need supplies. Heavy and normal. And here we have the priority, but we don't have supplies, because why would we? I just did not have that connected yet. They do not have what I'm talking about. So now we need to start making something about that town near the power plant, because that is critical for us. We can start distributing cars there, of course. Now we don't have a single parking lot available there, but soon we will have. And to have some cars available will help greatly, because those cars will save the day. So let's change the distribution pattern here. We don't need more offset there, but we need some for this. And this is working, we just don't have specialties for them to make them happy, and they are full. Then next thing. Yeah, we will need some. So let's see this. If we compare the covered hull, this can 8.8 and that is 14. That's much bigger. That can transport 1.1. That can transport 1.8. This can transport 8.8. 7.2. That's 95. That's 92. So do we have any? Not yet. But definitely we will need few of these. And then we will need few of these. And though I think we may have some. No, we don't. Just considering how we can get rid of this mess here. And probably there is an option. I will find a way. Maybe by using a turning line or something. Even this can be an option here. Yeah, we will find a way to get rid of these. I don't like that. But maybe if we just get rid of this one, then we are fine. This can stay. So we need a bit more here. Oh, there are already buyers. But with that many buyers, how it is that we don't have power? Yeah, it's simple. We don't have a... No, we have. So why? There is power. So what's the problem? I say there is no power. Yeah, there is power now. So that was just temporary. Oh, and we have 4 cars to sell. Or anybody prefer university, prefer younger, occupancy of car parks 75%. Yes. We have 1 car park. Can we get some? I say that. How? Yeah, we don't have sellers. Yeah, okay, understand. Yes, slowly we are getting there. We are really getting closer and closer to our target. Start constructing that airport. Let's use these as support. Now we have all the cement we need. That's great. But we need more workers in the area. And we would use more workers in these facilities too, but not yet. And finally we have a truck. But what? How did that happen? Because winter and it took too long to get there. Of course, happens. Nothing terrible happened. Nothing that we cannot solve. It's a little bit of loss. But not so terrible loss. That's the fourth building that burned down in our republic, probably. So it's not that bad. And we have some food in spare. So that should not be an issue for a while. And I would say that they will be quite fast to build that up. But how can we avoid this? Because the main problem is they need to travel from there. Yeah, that was a long way, and probably something went wrong on the way. That is not such a big thing. I'm just thinking about how can we avoid this to happen in future, if we can. But mainly I had one building burning down because the firefighter vehicle was so slow on icy roads, so it was not able to get there in time. Don't play with fire. We are playing with fire all the time. Because why not? We have fires on, and the firefighters are not omnipresent and omnipotent. If we would have a helicopter, that maybe, but the water is far away. So that may not work. That's just right. Messed up as much as it can be. Oh, we are selling a car. Soon we will have cars running all over the place. What I am doing today, I am building up this area, and then as I build this town, at least few residentials, then we can proceed into that coal mine and the facilities around that, and then our next focus will be the airport. We are slowly building that up. We had some issues with parking here, as our parking lot is causing traffic jams, because those cars need to wait until they can start moving inside the parking lot. So we are building 3 more to give them more options, not all of them going into the same one. and I am curious how it will work out in the end. We have a new university here, and it seems to be working well at full capacity. We have some workers, not enough yet. We need to work on that because we need more workers into our personal car vehicle production. This is a modded one. It's called large coal power plant or something like that. You can find that in workshop. It is here, power plant. This one here, large coal power plant. But be aware that it costs a lot of concrete. Traffic lights maybe, but it can have the opposite effect too. But it will be cleared as I build more parking lots and create more options for them. They will then travel more intelligently, but there is really just that one road here and all the cars need to go that way. I don't have another option for them. That's the main problem. Because the next way to get over is there. I don't want to have a road in this area because four tracks are too much. It's too risky. Instead, I want to divide them to have more options to get them more parking lots to get to. That round building, this is Pyramid Museum. You can find it under tourism, I guess. Where is it? Pyramid Museum. And this is Hockey Arena. That's a modded one. You can find it in workshop. That's a stadium, practically. Okay, we can send these better builds here. Because we will need them near the cement plant for exports. We got first 6 cars available. Another parking lot will be constructed soon. And they are not happy because they don't have the sports. And now we have all the cement we need. But we will need to rework certain stuff. Where I am here? No. I want to get here and take off. Oh, just barely fixed there. Just barely. Yeah, that's a great vehicle. I like it. Because it solved one issue I had. I was not able to transport those trolley buses. And I want to use them in that town. Yeah, you don't see the smoke because it is operating at very low capacity. You see there is some smoke going on, but we are operating in less than 5%. Yeah, you will have soon I may get into situation when it will be reset, but divided by 1000. Because currently I don't know how much average cost of one workday is now 902. So when it reaches 1000, the game offers a dialogue to divide the number by 10,000, but by 1000, not 10,000. But let's have a look at our stats for the last year, because we reached end of the year. So we are very good unemployment for now. I can be glad that we are under 3000 in such a time. And last year again, total exports. Yeah, we have some. We sold a ship. That gave us 7 billion rubles. And our main export is nuclear fuel, and everything else is far behind that. And here it is also nuclear. No, it's aluminium now. Aluminium, bitumen, and nuclear fuel. Great. And imports. Yeah, we needed to import because I don't have a supply line set for this shopping center here. And we built some new stuff. Yeah, I can or cannot because I don't have the lines and I don't sell the power that much. Not yet, because we are slowly building up. That's the thing. I'm concentrating on building up the Republic first. And we have that much money that we don't need really to export anything. Why would we? Just meaningless. If I don't have especially those power lines, and I don't need to manage then the stuff too much. Overall resources. And the second page. So we produced. No, that is not what I wanted. I wanted this. We produced 9,700 tons of food and almost 2,000 tons of that. Yeah, but we spent. Oh, we are good with food. Meat is still the problem, but it should be fine. Yeah, it will be a few weeks for beta branch. What? Yeah, I need to move this. And one thing, we really need to move more firefighters into that fire station. Because if that power plant catches fire, those firefighters will not be able to deal with it. Not at all. That's not what they can do. So we need full power there. We need that one. Even though we don't have the workforce. And we need one of those. And we need to bring much more workers into the area. Yeah, I just cannot separate that power plant because we don't have workers in this area and we need them elsewhere. I don't know what the end game, maybe some kinds of missions will be available. It's not work in progress yet, but it may come. Now helicopter update is up. And after that, I don't know exactly what it will be, but there is plenty of stuff people want to see. Yeah, that better build is just huge. And immediately we are running out of cement here. But does not matter that much. Yeah, and it will be just better. Oh, that's a long stream today, 6 hours already, wow. Barely made any progress, if we say so. Yeah, this train yard will be a progress of itself if we get there. Yeah, we need to check how the construction here continues after we burn down. And they are doing the job quite well. All the resources are on construction site and some workers too. Do we have any of those vehicles already? No. Those better builds just take time. And we don't have the workforce, so we have a lot of room for... I am from Slovakia. The country where the game is developed. I am also cooperating with the developer. I'm not a developer, but I help with other stuff, like community management. I write the reports for community and I discuss things if I have time. Yeah, there are already some mods, like greenhouses. And for now, agriculture is not in focus. But doesn't matter, doesn't mean that it will not be. Yeah, new things to Poland. Yeah. Yeah, I am writing those. Somebody else came with the idea and I volunteered to start to write that. And it seems working quite well. People enjoy it. I enjoy that too. I would like to write reports about my republic too. Yeah. But you know, it is about the points which developer gives me. I need to write about those points. So it is good if I have some experience with the game, especially with some of those features. It's much better, much easier to write about them. Yeah, last years of communism, they were also in Slovakia when I was born. That was not so much the last years, it was way before the regime ended. So after we get this, we will have sufficient power supply. We will build the airport. It's more like airplane production facility with runways. Because we will need some vehicles, airborne vehicles. Especially helicopters. That's my aim. We will get some planes too. I have a special mod for that. I cannot show it because I don't have a single parking lot. What? How? How were you able to build that? Really? Don't understand. But it has no reach. That may be a problem. We will need to move that fire station just a bit. We need to keep in mind that we need heating. Yeah, that's an airport, so that's a lot to be built. Yeah, I am not playing any of those. I have my own sets of rules. I have auto import allowed, but I try to bring import numbers to bare minimum or absolutely eliminate them over time. But as I am testing how the game works to understand the mechanics, I just cannot afford to play hard mode challenge or that kind. I need to have some breathing room for mistakes and misunderstandings. But really, if I show you any of my reports from last years, we are barely importing anything, so we are quite efficient. And one day we will have 0 imports if we manage to handle stuff properly. And that can burn down. That can burn down too. So we have some issues. Probably we will need a fire station right next to the airport. But we don't have heating. Yeah, that's the problem. We just cannot get the heating there. Fire. That's the main problem we have. Oh, we can have a heating. Oh, what do we need? Let's feed that there somehow. can solve this issue. No, it will not work. The underground pipelines will not work. I just can't do a thing because we can make a heat exchanger, put it closer, and then we can build a fire station. And I will do that probably. That will help a lot. Because we need a fire station right next to this. Maybe that close. Yeah, then we will need that road. Can we get a good road here? Oh, we can for sure. Yeah, we can. The only thing we need is that fire. That heat exchanger. And we can have that with no issues. With no issues. So let's see. This has connection there. That has connection there. So we might place that heat exchanger here, but we don't have power again there. That's another thing. So we might get it as far as this. Yeah, then the problem is the power. That should not be an issue. Yeah, we need to change this just a bit to get it better looking, like that. Now that might be. And then of course we need the road. That's another thing. But that should not be too much an issue. Yeah, there are mods which break the game. I like those mods which just fit into the game much better. You can have fun with those. I don't say that it's not okay to have fun with such mods. But it's much better to have balanced mods. So now we are able to cover that. And we can get this. Yes, and now we can build that. Yeah, it will take us a while to build, but it's okay. We will have the heating close to the airport. Yeah, I have only one type of cars because I built all of them and now they are making only one type. Of course, why not? So they need to live with uniformity instead of diversity. So what is blocking us here? So let's work on these rails. No, we cannot build that yet, but we can build that. We can build that. We can build these. We can build that, and that. And cement is incoming, and we spent some. 400 tons of cement was used. Wow. In between trains arrived. Yeah. I think we can there were some suggestions how to use nuclear power plants better for producing heat, and it can be applied to coal power plants in future probably too. Because you know, coal power plants can have also those cooling towers connected. So I'm curious if the developer will find some solution for that. Because I would like to see that working, to be able to heat. Using coal and nuclear power plants. Okay, they are doing the job here and they are doing the job here. We are not going to build that gate and that gate yet until we have this. And we will need that here too. Yeah, and we need this first. And then we can go with that here. And when we build that, yeah, we're still working hard on these. Those just cost a lot. We should start moving some of that. I just forgot that we can bring at least that meat to that shopping center. Yeah. I think a good solution would be if you can connect as you are connecting a heating module to the coal power plant or nuclear plant instead of the cooling tower, using the cooling pipe connection. That would work in my opinion, because then you can use that as source of heat. So what do we need? So how are we doing? We are still making those better builds. Jump there. How many of them is already ready? Only one. One more to go. Concrete plant supply, which is what is this? Oh, that's coal. Let's lower the load there, and again we have an issue with... Yeah, we will need another distribution office here to export cement. Because we have way much. Show the wireframe and let's see how can we deal with this. Yeah, of course I don't have a free dozer because all of them needed to go for where is it? No way, I don't have any dozer anywhere. Really? Is that even possible that I don't have a single dozer? Wow. It's like we were not in that area for a while. Not a single dozer. Wow. Yeah, and it will not start moving because everything is blocked. Because all the trains which would load cement will wait. That's a bad design of mine. But let's take one dozer. Do I have at least one dozer? No. Nowhere. Not a single one dozer. That's a problem. Just slightly. Yeah, but we will move then. This vehicle. And it will take it 2 years to travel. But we will move that there. To be able to build that one distribution office. Now check these colors. Yellow, now red, black. Oh, that's green. Let's go with black. Yeah, and it does not fit into this. I just need another distribution office. Because I need to start exporting. Export 12 tons of cement. Yeah, we need to start moving the cement. And we need to lower the number of workers here. Just can live with 5 of them, and unfortunately we don't have a single vehicle. All of them burned down. So no loading coming anytime soon. Fell 3. Do we have? Let's go with 3 of those. Better get ready to leave the line. So we have that, we have another residential, we have several vehicles. Unfortunately all of them look the same because we mess things up. But is it a big issue? No. We can deal with that clearly and quite cleverly. Because we can do this. So we can change the colors here. Yeah, there is a car factory nearby. Let's change some colors. What kind of colors? Can we have white? This has not too much variations. It would be nice to get some different cars into that car dealer, but not yet. Now we are making those Skoda trolley buses. I would say that it will take quite a while till that vehicle arrives. And allows us to level the ground here. But at least now we are not blocked. Now we are advancing with this. So there are 29. Oh, it is fixed. Look, 28 vehicles in parking lot and 17 headed to that. That means it works with way more than 36. That's a huge change. Yeah, we got this too. And now we are getting more workers into this area. And finally we have that. All of them are able to walk there. Now we need some ambulances. No, that's not what we need. Yeah, and we have these now running all around the place. Cement is not an issue anymore. Railroad. How are you blocked? Let me say that we are blocked simply by this. Here. Is it that? No, that is not only thing that is blocking you. How many of them are waiting? Not too many. We need to build that from the other side. So now we have enough workers in that, and enough workers in that. So let's concentrate on getting more workers to sites where we need them. One of those trolley buses is enough for now. So let's move the trolley bus. And soon we will get rid of this. Yeah. We will have more parking lots. That may help us greatly. So now we have 1,200 workers in this city. We need to raise that number. Therefore, yeah, now we can get this. So we don't need that many doctors at all. But 2 ambulances can be moved now there. 1 and 2. And that will help us to increase the health. And now we have plenty of cars here. Small growth can be expected here. Construction office. Yeah, we may move to more of those, but we have them here. Yeah, now we need to get that up and running. So we have these trucks here. Related vehicles. We are going from road cover setter, support setter, smart shopping. Several setters, and support. Yeah, so now we need another one to create a supply route. We have some layers there. So we will load food here, then go there. Then go there. And go. And food only. This way, this may work. Then we may establish another line. Later. That should help. Oh, we have this built. We are in March. Well, it's a risky business to build this or reconnect this. That can easily go wrong. But with these temperatures, let's do this. Yeah, I know to build that fast because we don't have any power now. So I need, where is priority? Priority is needed. This is needed. Instruction supply. And cola, all of them. And if you ask the question why the bus is going so slow, it's because it has line spacing on. If we turn the line spacing off, they start moving in normal pace. So we have first 400, maybe 400 workers here available. Yeah, maybe we have that vehicle with that dozer. There, yes, we finally have that. So we should be able to level the ground here. We do this. Cement plant, so we will change this black setup and swag. As we build this one, we don't need to care about that because there are so many idle construction offices in the area that they should build that pretty soon. It's these words with this. Takes them so long to get this done. No, we don't need this for now. We have that pipeline. But this doesn't seem to be right. For sure that is not. Let's keep some order. Well, let's have everything established in a way that it looks nice. So now we should have no issues with power plant, and also our fire station should be working now well. We finally got some food. We still need the other ones, but that is also a matter of time. Just few moments till we get these vehicles out of that production line. Do I have at least 2 of them? Yeah. So let's go in there. We are still without power. So people can be quite unhappy. But what can we do about that? It's okay until we have power here, but we don't. We just need few workers to do the job. And we will have power in a moment. And we are back online. That is what we needed. Now let's check pollution. Not too much there yet. But it might become much worse if we get more power out of that power plant. The solution for that may be to get power elsewhere. Yeah, we are advancing quite well. So here we have road. Yeah, that way these need to be removed. Yeah, and then we will need some hotel nearby. Do we need? No, that hotels. Hotel. Where is the hotel? Well, that is a problem here. It's non-collision version. This allows me to place as many as I want. And I don't like that. He just does not care about terrain. Don't like those structures. Yeah, that might work here. One hotel in that area, and then we need a road. So we have this hotel here. Can we connect that by pathways very easily? There are no factory connections on that. Yeah, there are no. But it does not matter anyway. So let's go with that, and that. Then let's go with that, and also with that. Where do you want to get? No Hotel Continental yet. And where do you want to get? No electric substation yet. Just blocking the whole world. So when will we have these other underground garages? Yeah, we will definitely need much more workers here. Okay, so we need to set the source, which is this, and it is a source for alcohol, clothes and electronics, and the target is this shop and this shop, and we are going up to 80%. I guess that's the measure I use elsewhere. 80%, yes. So now we absolutely drop the imports here. And of course I set the wrong target. So we need clothes, electronics, alcohol, and we don't need this. Yeah, the next what we need, let's go for the Scanias. So we open how? Like, 4 of them may be enough. Then we need a covered hall. Four of them may be enough. For now. Yeah, we will need more oil kinds of. But we're not there. We need to set up distribution from this slowly. And we will need some dumpers too. So the dumper. So we can go with white one, blue one, yellow one, red one. Five of them. Yeah, this is a wrong button, but we will solve this immediately. Yeah, so we are going to build this coal mine here. It will take a while, but eventually we will have that, and we will use that as supplies for this coal power plant. Yeah, we need to build these power lines too, which... oh, they are built. Yeah, they are building those too. This is needed, this is needed. Fine. Well, let's rename this. what we need. So we have some vehicles there, but let's move 1, 2, 3. All 3 of them into that. And let's set up the sources. I like sources. It's only one source. We need workers here. Everything else is meaningless for now. And now we need to get more, like something bigger than these small buses. And we have one here. How far are we? 1100 days? That's too much. 450, 320. Until we build them, we will have these traffic jams here. It seems that sometimes I see things ahead and sometimes I don't. Yeah, we should probably have... No, not that direction. Here we should probably have that. Oh, it's not built yet. They are doing their best. Yeah, we need to get that cement moving. Then we need to figure out how we get the fuel moving. So if we get that airport, we will be able to make all kinds of vehicles we need. And we should have still enough resources. So we then can focus on optimization. That's a distribution office, now construction distribution. Oh, small one. Let's send them all here. We will then move them just slightly. Because they will occupy this small distribution office here. Yeah, that will be a lot of distribution offices in one area. Still waiting for the moment when this will be finished. Like 171 days. We have a bridge there. So let's consider this. We will need a trolley bus. Stop. Yeah, here we have the problem with heating pipes. That may be tricky. But currently we can go for trolley bus stop here.
We have that there. So we may continue with a trolleybus line to this. And then we need this road here. And we can continue from that there. And we can go maybe to that direction, that far. So let's build this. No trolleybus line there. We will use this area. Oh, and we are still waiting to get rid of these. Well, there is a question. Yeah, we can. And that may help us greatly if we manage to build that. Because then we can get rid of some of those vehicles from the main line. I know it looks a bit messy, but what else can we do? Then we can simply direct the traffic. But they need to leave through that. And they can come only from those directions here. That may work. Because now we are overloaded. 25 heading, 23, so that's 48. And we need more of them. That is close to be completed, and that is even closer, like 33 days. That's almost done. So we survive this. Yeah, we will need a fire truck there too. So, how many of them do we have? How can you be signed to a line? Really? Just seriously, how that is possible? You're never going to transport food. Yeah, and now we can focus on more rails. And so we are able to put are there. No, we will not be able to go that so easily. So next. So let's see how do those parking lots work. Now at least one should be ready. Yes, it is. Successfully diverted some of the traffic. Finally, not all cars are going there. This is almost done too. And that is a bit behind. Few days remaining. Let's have a look at those hotels. Big hotel, no way to fit that there. That is no way to fit that there. We would be able to fit a Hotel Continental if I really want to. Probably that would be possible to fit in there. But no way to get there anything of similar size. We don't have the room in this town. Yeah, that is a bit problematic because you just set the time frame when you want them to be recorded, but it's up to you. You just can do the thing that you select. Those screenshots which are during day. So if you have a software for time-lapse, as I made, I just removed all the pictures which were in underground mode. But I can also remove all the pictures which are during night if I want. And it also depends on the frequency, how often do you make those screenshots. So now we divided this, so we now have 3 parking lots with underground parking. That means we can probably start distributing cars again, because we don't have too much capacity left. Yeah, now it seems we lower the load. Still not ideal, but it's better than it was. So what kinds of cars do we have? Yeah, we have those 3. So let's change their colors and move them. Oh, where are you? So the color of that. We have. Oh, we can go with green. Green and green. And let's move them to that. How? Yeah, one was not at home. I never thought about that option. That the vehicle will not be present in the building and it will not burn down because of that. But it looks like it is really bugged now. Can we send it anywhere? I mean... No. It just burned down. I think that's not so much an issue. We can deal with that simply manually, just deleting the vehicle and buying a different one or moving a different release place. Okay, we have all these roads now, so we can start constructing. Construction supply. Master, welcome to the channel. Construction. Local support. Yeah. So let's build this. Construction support, supply, construction office, local, and this. And of course this. We don't have the option to build that because we don't have the road. But now we have the road. Yeah, no, I think it is good to say that we are done for today. We made good progress. It took us a while and we spent almost 8 hours streaming this. So in the next stream we can build this coal mine and start focusing on that airplane production line. That will be our focus in next one. Today we established a bit this town. We got some vehicles there, some personal cars. We built that one heavy load construction office and several underground parkings. So, what else were we able to achieve? We also built that university. And started to prepare to expand to the other side of that river as much as we can. But now I think we will need to suffer the or how to say it, above surface pipelines in this town with this heating plant, because we just cannot go underground with these structures. Probably we can if we remove that bridge. Then it may be possible. We will see in future. So we have made some progress. We have 2 more bridges. We have a small town. Lots of tracks to be built. Slowly approaching into that airport zone. So I think it was successful. Now we need to save this properly, and then that means the name of this save is going to be Hurmania
G9, yeah. Which is quite significant because we are jumping into K. That means more advanced. We are going into next era with airplanes next time. Thank you for watching. See you again in the next one. I hope we will go there where we want to go, and the update will be out soon because we need some stuff of that to be implemented. Good night and bye.